The wheelchair basketball competition continues as we look over Rio's Olympic Park, and inside the Olympic Arena, it is set for a real clash of the titans, but possibly a changing equally of the guard. Australia and Canada set up next in the men's wheelchair basketball competition. They have been adversaries at the top of this sport over the last several versions of the Paralympic Games. And there you see the look at the action to come in this session today. Canada and Australia in Group A, and it'll be followed up by Germany and Algeria. But it really is, maybe, as I say, a switching of the top seed in this group. Canada, 3 of the last 4 Paralympic gold medals in the wheelchair basketball competition. They've had a much more difficult go of it in Rio, as they have not been able to get a victory as yet in their opening 2 games. And Australia have been impressive with the 2 performances. They have both of them as victories to their credit. So the last time they met in London 4 years ago, it was a victory for gold for Canada, but they sit 6th in this group right now. Spain at the top with 5 points, Turkey equally with 5, and then Australia sitting in 3rd position. So it is the top 4 teams of the subsequent groups, Group A and Group B, a total of 12 teams in this competition, but it's the top 4 of each group that will automatically be qualified through to the quarterfinal round, and Canada really need to come out with something very impressive here. Their score lines so far: defeated by Spain by a score of 80-46 for Canada, and then also a much closer score line against the Netherlands, as Australia are now being announced out onto the floor. Looking at number 9, Tristan Knowles, really one to be looking for. He just got announced onto the floor. He, with the points per game average of 22.5, has really been carrying the lion's share of the offense for Australia in this competition. And then their coach, that is Ben Ettridge, who has been a part now as a player equally himself, and then leading this team to that silver medal 4 years ago in London, and then equally the gold that they were able to claim in the Paralympic Games in Beijing. They are the 2014 world champions, are Australia. Now Canada now being announced out onto the floor. And a little bit of a different story for Canada. 4 years ago, when they claimed that gold medal, their coach, Jerry Tonello, was the leader of the ship. And there's been a changing of the guard, and that really more by circumstance, as Tonello, unfortunately, losing his short battle with cancer and a brain tumor earlier this year in January. He passed. He stepped away from the Paralympic program in the men's wheelchair basketball in 2015 in May. And then interim coach, who now is the full-time coach, Stephen Bialowas, took this team into the Pan Am Games that were in Toronto in 2015, and from there they move forward. And in that particular competition, the Canadian team, well, they honor their coach with a medal there. But we will now break as the playing of the national anthems. both teams introduced and now to shake hands, and it's really a great part of each of the matches, the sportsmanship that we've seen. The Canadians are here in great support. Equally, so are the Australians. They travel well too. The green and gold, the very distinct green and gold. It's the black on right now, but they'll take off their warm-up tops, and then you'll see the white and red of Canada. We just talk about the coach for Canada, Jerry Zanello, the 59-year-old, and the passing of himself earlier in this year, but they win a silver to Canada in the Paralympic Games in Toronto a year ago, and they dedicate it to their coach. And this is their lineup, and gone are Patrick Anderson, Joey Johnson, but David Eng, number 15, one to be watching for as a threat. And then equally as well, Tyler Miller, a player who's capable, but they haven't really got the scoring that they would have known previously, Canada, in this tournament so far. Nick Gonchin also with 9 points average per game, but they, with the two subsequent losses in their opening matches, they're really just trying to push off against something. And there is Steve Bialowas, who was the interim coach a year ago, and with that silver medal in Toronto, he takes over the duties here. He had been a part as the assistant coach, equally with the men's and the women's programs, and then the junior program coming through. And so Paralympic Canada puts him in charge, and the Australian lineup, one to be looking for. Number 9, Tristan Knowles, is the most notable threat out there for Ben Ettridge's side, but they really just have greater balance and distribution. Sean Norris, a great shooter as well, number 7 to be looking for as well for Australia. There is Ettridge. So has led this side to the gold that they had in Beijing, the silver in London 4 years ago. So he's got continuity, and he has been with this personnel. And as I mentioned, trying to get a little bit younger are Canada. Their average age just under 30, just over 30 for Australia. And there a look at the referees today. It's Gustavo Matias who is in charge as the referee, and the two umpires, Thomas Paglia and Adam Polchak, will take the umpire's role. The opening lineup for Canada: Hedges, Lanchier, Yasmin, Miller, and Eng. And Eng really going to be the biggest threat. You see him right there in the middle from the back. He with the shaved head and the arms out, number 15. And there Knowles, number 9. You also have a look there. Ness is capable as a veteran of this side, but Knowles and Norris, both 7 and 9, are going to carry the load here. Latham will take some of the distribution as well, number 5 for Australia too, but really the Australians favored in this one. It's not necessarily how they may have liked it. They were pipped at the post 4 years ago in that gold medal game, and that had been the story, and the reverse was true 4 years prior in Beijing. But these are the results for Canada. They just haven't been able to generate enough offense so far, and taking on two very formidable teams, both Spain and Netherlands. And for the Australians, a 20-point victory over the Netherlands, and Canada obviously losing to them. And then the 2-point victory over Turkey. Turkey will be right in amongst it. So Australia are favored to get themselves on the podium again. They'll be looking for gold in Rio. This is a big step and a big stepping stone for them that they'll want to push off against. And there the acknowledgement coming across. That was Eng to just shake the hands of the Australian bench. They all know each other well. They've been down these roads before. And right now, it looks a little bit of a more daunting travel for Canada, as Eng will make his way. They're really a great bit of respect and sportsmanship as he's done the round the house with everybody. They just concede that one, Canada, as Latham will just touch it back. And this immediately for Knowles. You wouldn't be surprised if he looks for 3. Here he goes. It's up. And that's as good a roll to try to compete, at least to fall down on the first touch of it. But it will, on both attempts, just spray wide of the rim. Knowles is confident enough that he'll take another one from here. There he goes. And that's the second asking of it. Is a little more rewarding as he returns that with interest. Give him 3 cracks at it, 3 for $1, and they've got 3 points on the board. The wide side, that is so well received by the Canadian, taking that inside to Eng. Eng will go up off the glass, and that is some great work. inside this opening minute. Both teams with a score. Knowles has had the lion's share of possession so far. He turns back on himself, and he's looking to be a three-point maestro. He goes off the rim and just has had 3 attempts at it. He's got 3 points, but of course he'd love 9. Canada, with this possession, can take the lead. It's going to need to be a good angled shot there, just a little bit too fearsome coming off of that back glass, and Eng reaches in. I think he may have picks up the foul. Just have a listen to it. And it's going to be a personal foul. It's going to be Hedges who takes it for Canada. Well, rather, that is against the Australians, so Hedges picks it up. So hard to tell sometimes just where you're going to see that foul, but just a shot now from Norris. And it's the play that goes on off the ball that really just have to keep a short leash on. From 3-point range, it's going to be a passing play across to Eng. Eng will just take his moment to shoot. And both teams right now just a little bit challenged to get their shooting sights going. This is a much better range for Australia, and an open play. They find a way to convert. So the score coming, Tristan Knowles has got 3, the other 2 now belonging to Norris as expected. Those 2 leading from the front for the green and gold. So just to lay out the basic guidelines of wheelchair basketball, every player on the floor having a classification, and that numerical value is Canada that just brought it back within 1. And that shot just puts it up. It's Hedges who will take that one. But each player having a numerical value in proportion, it's assigned to their level of function. So the players with the higher level of function have a higher numerical value, and the players with the lower level of function with the lower level. And so a 1.0 is the lowest level, all the way up to 4.5, and there's a couple now 3-pointers. He's starting to throw the rainbows up, is Tristan Knowles, and that'll just give now a 4-point spread for the land down under. And they're putting the Maple Leafs under pressure early in this one. Eng from the outside, he just distributes it. Canada moving it well enough. It has been their shooting accuracy so far. So a total of 14 points to get back to it. They would have had a chance there for a resetting of the 14-second shot clock, but they don't get the rebound, and Australia does. So across the 5 players, you cannot exceed the total value cumulatively of 14. And there you see how often they will go down. So it's all about the impairment in the lower limbs. You'll see some of the players with amputation, equally some with just the inability to use their legs for whichever reason, whether it's muscular or whichever the impairment may have. Some born, equally some acquired. This will be Knowles from 3-point range. He's going to go for 3 right now. They better slow him down. He's got himself a hot shooting hand that he strokes. 9 points already for Australia. And this is a threat of danger for Canada. They cannot allow Tristan Knowles to shoot out the lights from range. This will be thrown up by Eng, and it'll come up at least half a foot short. It hits the front of the rim, but he needed a little more distance to get it inside that bucket. Another attempt here. That looked almost on the mark, but close only counts in slow dancing. It won't count as you put it up on the rim. It has to go down, as we all know. And this is a Australian side that will just take their moments. And Tristan Knowles looked to have massaged the entirety of the rim there and was going to get it to drop, but he comes up short. That looked to be maybe an infringement. Eng inside, and Eng is getting batted around. That was was almost like a ping pong ball, the way it was being swatted at, or like a butterfly that just gets away. The Canadians now with the substitutions. And a chance to have a little bit of a different look for this Canadian lineup. Vermette comes in, Yasmin, Hickey, Wan, and Gonchin. So this, a distribution of balance that they need. And I think the Canadians know that they're gonna be up against it. They're gonna just run short of time. And that's not necessarily to slight their performance so far, but really the facts of the scoreline in the competition that they have been able to generate so far, it's an indication that they are going through a transition as a program. Knowles from the outside, the rebound taken, and strength going up to take that one down. Johnson with that, he's a 4.5 classified player, he's still going. And number 4, he's now got a couple Aussie mosquitoes on him though, and he just can't make that work for himself, as that will just knuckle wide of the inside of that rim. And Knowles, I think he's going to pick up the foul. He's got a hand on there, but he just touches the elbow, and it is just that little bit of a touch, and he's suggesting, well, it might have been more from a brisk wind that came into the Olympic arena than what I was doing to him, but it will be a shot from the line nonetheless for Canada. That goes off the front of the rim. This for Knowles, he'll take it. And a fast break, all of a sudden there's room, he's gonna put it inside, and it's up. Maybe just getting underneath the basket a little too tight to have the angle they needed Australia to get that, to carry them in. And there's the contact from the Canadian defender, just getting underneath the wheels of the Australian coming now to the line. This is Sean Norris, the 1-2 punch of Norris and Knowles. Both teams pretty active so far. Lois rotating through his lineup, trying to utilize his full personnel. And that's a really nice stroke from the free line there. Just well placed, and it's just a beautiful snap as you watch the mesh just sort of kick up. It's like dropping a pebble in the pond. Just beautiful. Again, as it's in the basket and it's on the board. Norris and Knowles right now taking Australia forward in this one. And you wouldn't bet against them increasing it to a double point advantage, but a pass inside and the hoop and the harm, and that's what Canada needed. And the long extension from Nick Gonchin, 24 years of age, and he has that height. You see the different wheelchairs, and it really comes down to the height of the athletes. If they have an amputation on one or both of their legs, well, they can choose the height that they would like, maybe for their chair where the seat level will be at. But if their legs equally, they need to obviously allow for those, and making sure that the height of their seat, because of simply the height of their body, is going to be higher than other athletes. And remembering as well that the limbs provide a counterweight, a counterbalance that helps them retain their balance, and equally the angle in which the wheels come down from their chair will give them a wider tripod type of positioning. So every player, depending on their physical characteristics and equally their impairment, but now Canada find a little bit of a stroke here. And that goes high up, and that's such an impressive shot, to use the full height of the backboard to get the angle and also the speed of it arriving. So the deflection comes down at the right distance, and too easy inside for Australia, as Bradley Ness, the captain, the 41 years young player. You'll see players into their 40s Haven't seen anybody in their 50s yet, but I wouldn't count that out. There are a few that have been around and love this game. And if you could play in your 50s, why wouldn't you? If you can play at top level where you have been able to for so long, but you'll see that the youth movement is on, though, for Canada. As best they can, there really is a blend. If you could get a third of your personnel at 35 and over, and between 25 and 35, another third of your team, 4 players, and then equally another 4 players under 25, that would be the optimum balance that any program would like to retain. But it doesn't always work out like that. You've got to take the best players that are going to do the best job to represent your nation. It'll be picked up by Australia, and here they come on the break again. So 3 3-pointers already from Tristan Knowles. And he is the Stephen Curry of wheelchair basketball. And Stephen Curry, of course, well known with the Golden State Warriors in the National Basketball Association. And that's a little bit of an awkward one. Ness there has just brought about some traffic. He upends the Canadian, and this is starting to get a little bit hot. That's the first time I've seen something that was a little bit offside, as Ness just comes in and rocks his man. And I like physical contact just as much as the next guy, but that we have not seen, as Ness is just taking a moment to express his feelings about maybe where Australia has sat in relation to Canada over the last number of Paralympic cycles. This will be a free throw from the line now. And this, for Canada, they could really maybe push off from here, as Gonshin is getting it. This is the discussion going on now with Ettridge, just from the referee, and there's some curiosity here just about the call. And Ettridge knows, regardless of what the scoreline is reflecting right now, this match has a sub-level to it as well, as Tristan Knowles has been great so far, shooting out the lights for Australia. And we'll just have a look across his tally. So the 9 points, 3 from 7 from range, as he's had a couple from 2-point range, but it's 3 from 5, shooting 60%. And I think they're reviewing this play from Ness. And Ness might be in some hot water here, because that was simply unnecessary. Well, we'll wait to see just how this is going to play out. Ettridge has got his ideas about it. So let's just watch and wait and see. So the foul is drawn by Vermette. Vermette is the one that gets popped there by Bradley Ness. And there's no doubt that that's what Ness intended to do. He was a little bit like a runaway train on a one-way track. Except there was already a player on that track. It was Vermette. And he was in the dark as to what was coming. He'll go to the line. He's got himself sorted now. These guys are made of pretty stern stuff. They have faced enough challenges en route, and this one an opportunity for Vermette from the line. And that, well, it says it all, doesn't it? Actions speak louder than any word. And that is going to be the first. And that's going to come up short. So just the 2 shots, and it'll be the inbound as well for Canada. They'll make a substitution. Eng coming back in. He's got the Superman tattoo on his left shoulder there. He's certainly in great condition. So he comes in, Hickey goes out. And Canada bringing it within 7. Gonshin has really been holding it together through the spine of this offense and up and down at both ends of the floor for the Maple Leafs. He's got himself in a good position there. In the hoop and the harm, I think he's going to go. He's going to go for a 3-point play here. And Canada have just somehow struck a balance in this match. Well, the Australians who come out, and any side in this tournament that is able to send in the long-range bombers of 3-pointers that we saw from Tristan Knowles, and he misses the free throw after the basket. But anybody's going to take a good head start. then you're going to get that type of shooting. This for Norris, and Norris will just go off the back of the rim. And where will the foul come from? I think it's coming against Canada. And it will go to Canada's. I think Vermette's going to pick that one up. So the personal fouls. Hedges has got one. Lancia's got one, and it's Vermette that picks up that personal foul. So we're now 2 minutes remaining in this first quarter. It's been an interesting one. It's had a little bit of distinction to it, without a doubt. Ness has got a boomerang on that one as it comes right back to him in his position, and you almost sense that that was going to go down. Australia have shown that possibility and that danger for Canada. That's definitely in their arsenal. As Gonchen, he needs to maybe find a passing option. He's got Eng. Eng right now is going to have to just muscle his way away from it, and then it's just batted away. Almost like a volleyball serve by their veteran captain, Bradley Ness, and then they do recover it. Simmons will have the inbounds. So Simmons invites Gonchen, and just a little bit untidy with that effort. So a wholesale change of players for Australia. As in comes a whole new crop. Blair, Simmons, Stivners, and Latham on the floor. It's going to be Simmons, though. Still, he's looking for his first points of the match. So Simmons, Stivners, it's Blair, it's Knowles, and Latham out for Australia as they really look to change up. Gonchen, Wan, Vermette, Miller, and Eng for Canada on the floor right now. So the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, is not a whole lot of scoring on the board, and some curiosity as to the flavor of this match. Neither of these teams give the other any quarter. It is, I'm not going to say it's prison rules, but they play for keeps for sure. Everybody does, but this one, this has got history to it. The shot from Simmons, and he's been able to strike a balance there as he goes 2 for 2 from the line, gets his first couple points, and now a 7-point advantage. Canada have not really shown a three-point offering yet. They're trying to get it inside, and every time that it is being brought inside by Eng, he basically has got an Australian uniform on as he's being smothered by them. He's going to have a couple shots here. And he works the rim at the front and also the backboard. And gets the encouragement from his team as well. Oh, and that is a sweet stroke there. It's string music for David Eng. He is being relied upon heavily. He's the captain as well. 39 years of age and a classified player of 4.5. So it's within 5 again. So this, a winding route through the first quarter. It feels as though we've almost moved through towards the end of the first half, but we're just coming up to the remaining minute, and there is Knowles again. And Canada do need to keep an eye on him. And he'll find his own space. He was behind a pick there and just was able to make the most of his shot. And nothing more intimidating than great shooting accuracy. You just can ill afford making mistakes. How will this give and go from the Canadians? And the follow through is not as precise. That really was a great overlap, and then an underlay pass coming in. A defensive rebound for Knowles, and if you give him some room, he's going to stop and pop. There, he's ready for another one. He'll just, again, find a way just past the open bucket. And Eng, you expect that he's going to try and take this one on. The feed to Gonchen. He's going to have to hold the pass to the outside. A better position there, and oh, that's well taken. That is the Canadian number 7, Juan, who just puts that one up, and that's his first couple points of the match. So it's still within 5, and what looked to be an Australian, well, shall we say, a speedy start, particularly with Knowles and what he was able to do from three-point range. It's back within check, and this match is just starting to heat up after the first quarter of play. It's Australia 21, Canada with 16. And the stats so far, 50% the Canadians in their shooting, so a little bit better. The three-point field goals, as you see for Australia, that is the product of Tristan Knowles, but the overall two-pointers and the total field goal percentage stronger for Canada. The rebounds defensively, not a whole lot of difference in it. So this is all entirely in the balance between these two Commonwealth nations. They're giving as good as they've got. Underway in the second quarter. It's Canada with the possession arrow. It was Latham that took that opening tip, and then the Canadians just conceding. They really need to take advantage of that. Coming in and driving to the basket. That was uncontested, and they let it slip. That was Hedges, the captain, the co-captain, with David Eng. And Tristan Knowles, again, right into a soft pocket, and he'll go right off the glass, and he'll kiss it down for another couple of points. And Eng, he will get himself rolling. He's been a little bit, well, controlled so far. And rather, those points going to Gonchen, but they've got a little bit of a combination of two of those. Eng and Gonchen working back and forth. So 6 points for Eng, 5 for Gonchen. And then really twos across the board, but Tristan Knowles, he really has the weight of this Australian offense on his shoulder. Just catching up with his tally so far. He's got 13 points. And that one will just be defended well enough to keep it out of play. And now for Australia for the inbound. The good pass inside. They're gonna count it. I think the contact already happened before the shot attempt, and that does get ruled out. Latham has 3 Canadians right on top of him here. And there you see it going down, and a little bit of a roll as well. David Eng with the feed to the top of the key. They need to create a little bit more movement. Gonchen with this shot here. It goes up and off. Racing forward is Simmons. Simmons is going to lose his balance. He'll have to get himself back into a position. He's struggling there. He's getting some help now from his teammate. And the referee just acknowledging the challenge there, blows the whistle. And 13 points as we see for Knowles. He's speeding away right now and putting on a real shooting clinic. Inside, just fading away from the basket here. And Simmons, with an offensive rebound, puts it back out to Knowles. And this is really impressive from Australia. And they have a couple good looks at it. They use the outside and the inside game. And then the shot from a distance just can't fall. And Gonshin has the attentions immediately from Tristan Knowles coming across and swiping into him with his chair there. And that's the foul that has been indicated. And Morinchuk is now out onto the floor. His first bit of play. He's the 20-year-old. He's a 4.5 classified player too. And just as you see it, the Canadians have struck again. And a three-pointer. And what a beauty it is. It's Gonshin has shown you just how much he has in his arsenal. He's got range from outside and inside, and that is a tremendous threat. He's now on 8 points, so he leads the Canadian side. This is a much tighter game than maybe the opening results for Canada may have suggested in this tournament. A foul comes in. Will they allow it to be taken as in the course of shooting? So Knowles already saddled up and on the line, and the query coming from Hedges, he the co-captain with Eng. This game going back and forth, and get a real sense that momentum could swing either way if either of them could really get on a good run, but they seem to be keep pegging each other back. And then that first three-pointer you see from Canada, it's got this match within 2.
All right, spin out of that. Don't let them hold us. Have them dead to rights. They're not calling the hold. I'll work on the referees. You focus. All right? Let's kind of initiate that turn in contact, okay? Let's go, guys. Let's go. Canada! Let's go!
So you hear the comments coming from the Canadian coach. That's Stephen Bialo is just talking about, listen, don't you worry about having conversations with the referees. That'll be my duty of responsibility. You just focus on what you can take care of. They've got themselves in a good position. It looked as though they were letting it slip. And that's as good a Dr. Clouseau mustache as I have seen in a while. That's a Rollie Fingers special. He, a famous baseball pitcher with the Oakland Athletics. Even Dennis Eckersley sported one of those. But this is a moment really for Canada to try and take a turn of momentum. Tristan Knowles missing that first shot. And he'll find the second one. So it's Jasmine with the signature facial hair there for the Canadians. It's distinct enough to warrant comment. And a shot, is it before they've been able to release it though? Gonshin has really started to spread his wings. So far in the tournament, he's 9 points is what he's been able to deliver. So he and David Eng have been able to bring the most, but 9 is not enough to win at this level of competition. He's putting on a strong display in this one. 7 minutes still to go in the half, and he's already at 8 points. And what I mean is, if the top scorer on your side is only generating 9 points average in their output, that will not help your side be victorious. The good sides, they're into the 20 points their top scorers, or definitely in their teens if it's distributed across 4 players. McShane will now come in for Australia. So a repeat of the gold medal match from 4 years ago. And although it looked as though the Canadians were going to be second fiddle in this one for definite, it's not playing out like that at the moment. Gonchin with this ball. He's shown us a 3-point look and also a conversion. That's an ambitious pass and not as well read by Hedges, and waiting for it as he was just turning and then facing his back to get to it. And they suggest, though, Hedges maybe could have got to it. Ness, we've seen him physically already. Very heavy, formidable stature. Number 15, the captain, the co-captain for this Australian side. And also more senior in years too. So he knows how to play the game, and a little bit of physicality will never hurt anybody. It certainly lets the other team know your urgency and intensity as well. He'll take a score to the inside. He gets that pass and Ness puts it up. So that's equally just providing the substance required from his leadership. He'll put a few points on the board, and equally not always about the amount that you're scoring, just at the right times too are key. As teams will go through moments of greater confidence, and then other times where they're struggling, trying to find their form in the course of shooting, and they're going to count that as an offensive foul. And Jasmine gets the foul, number 11 on that play. So he's just off the play, trying to pick and create an opening for his teammate to come down the lane, and that's what the referees assessed on that call. Canada looking to replenish with 4 different players now coming in, set on the sidelines in front of their bench. So that's a pretty big wholesale change. Gonchin will take the rebound. He's going to go here. He's got some extra space. He's going to have to take it on by himself, and he holds and controls, almost surfing, isn't it? As you're trying to corner under a great amount of speed, and your best way to really maintain that balance is to throw your arms up in a way almost creating a sail. And it's just that extra bit of structure. As you see, there's the Canadian that was going into Morinchuk, and he went down. So there are the 4 new players coming in. And what is going on here? Saw the Australian taking an almighty tumble. So some of the extracurricular going on between these sides right now is interesting. It's certainly giving a flavor of just how much it means to them, this match. They know where it sits in the entire aspect of this tournament too. Knowles is needing a pit stop as he gets some new hardware there, a new wheel, in preparation for an adjustment. Pretty simple, isn't it? As he's able just to position that on as quickly, and he's ready to roll. I suspect he gets a few miles on those wheels over the course of a match. Some new tread. The Aussie down. He gets the help from a friend. The front end loader picks him up and back in the course of play. Vermette. Well, rather, that's the Canadians. Number 13, it is McShane. Tristan Knowles from downtown Rio De Janeiro, but it won't fall. And the Olympic Park out in Tijuca, a newly constructed area of Rio. The majority of it is the fabulous venues that you have been seeing, and the International Broadcasting Center as well. a few hotels in this region, but it really is a newly developed area of Rio, right on an internal lagoon. So just about a mile or so inland from the Atlantic Ocean is where this particular arena is located. It's going to be Eng, though. He'll take these free throw shots from the line. That's an important one. It's back as it's been as much as 5. 5 really has been the barometer and the measuring stick that has been able to be maintained by Australia. He takes a bite out of that with that shot, and he's taken a further nibble. It's down to 3 now. Quick movement from Norris into Ness. Ness, with that height advantage, is able just to poise the shot up. He's strong. It's just getting away, and it's fallen into the Australian clutches again. That looked to be on line. It's going to be David Eng. We've seen 1 3-pointer from range for Gonshin. Eng hasn't taken one. He will now. That's going to come short, though, and it goes right in the hands of Norris. So that's rather a quick look, and then a foul against Australia. Some of that going on, and you'd say, well, depending on which sport you're watching, call it sledging, where you're just taking players out off the play, and it's one of those accidentally on purpose plays. Now, this is a game that it has every chance of getting edgy and maybe beyond. It's number 14 for Canada, and that is Tyler Miller. He's a 1.5 classified player, a 32-year-old. And from here, where we're waiting the direction from the referees, the basketball just got away from him. There's more than just the one, but this is what's happening. Some of this disjointed play where teams are getting distracted with the physicality and some of the intimidation that comes with it as well. It brings about just these moments of uncertainty. David Eng, he does the 360 loop. That's as good a spinorama as you're going to see. It's out to Eng. That's going to be a tough one. It just goes beyond the rim, and Eng's just come up a little bit short in his last couple attempts. And now the Mexican wave starts to kick its way around this Rio Olympic arena. The energy and the buzz and the crowds for the Paralympic Games, and particularly the wheelchair basketball, has been as good as the Olympic Games. In fact, I'd hazard a guess even better in some stages of it. The Brazilians are coming out in waves, and there appropriately as it whips around the Rio Olympic arena. Capacity crowds in Carioca, one, the other wheelchair basketball venue. This, the biggest in the park and the biggest in Rio, indoor facilities. 16,000 seats. And we are north of 10,000 for sure in here. The turn from Eng to the high key area beyond the 3-point range. They've had a little bit of a better look from Liam Hickey, number 8. He's handling the ball well for Canada right now. Eng looking to drive around the end, and the end around just never gets around to getting to him. And that's a big hit. They've done it again, and Eng goes down in a heap. And he's going to try and get himself sorted. He's going to come right out of his chair, and he sees that as a better way of getting back upright. And so all players with a lower limb impairment in this particular sport, obviously some are able to walk with their prosthetic limbs, not always in a wheelchair. There you see in the background Eng basically doing the Superman, flying right through the air and fully horizontal, and almost the wheelchair coming with him as he was spraying through the air. So there will be players that do that. It's interesting watching the coach for the Dutch women. He has his amputations, and on the end of them he has shoes on the end of his amputations. He'll walk up and down that sideline. Also likes to sit. We've seen a few coaches at the athlete's height level like to sit on their backsides rather than sitting in a chair. and it becomes a real personal connection that they have with their team. It's almost as if it's just sitting down and it's a casual exchange. But this, however, this game, this got some bite to it. Australia have gone to the capable hands of Norris continuously. Inside, the hand coming up from the Canadian defender. That was Liam Hickey. He's 18 years of age. What would you rather be doing as a teenager? Competing at the Paralympic Games or in college, wherever he might be, maybe in work at this stage? But here you are on the biggest stage for your sport and enjoying it. But it's been Latham who drops it from the outside. As he got two, he does. It's a double play of free throws. So the scoreline starting to increase now for Australia. It's 8 points clear. As we're getting to the latter third of this first half now, the second quarter rather, as the 2 minute on the clock coming, and that's generally an indication of just a call to arms, wanting to manage your possessions and equally control momentum going into halftime. Norris, he's the go-to man. He'll control the ball as well as anybody on the floor. Ang will take it though. He goes too strong off the glass, and Ang is awaiting for it. And you see him almost with so much extension. He comes off the floor. And the famous athlete for Canada, no longer playing in wheelchair basketball, Patrick Anderson, highly regarded as probably the best in the sport. He was a part of the gold medal in London 4 years ago, but he made famous the move of actually elevating off the floor with the wheelchair and extending, trying to get rebounds. And that is not an easy thing to achieve. It will go, and it will be controlled by Canada. Hickey comes up with it. Canada, their shooting touch has kind of failed them a little bit in the stages here right now. And Ang will take it and score. That really was great. In motion and trying to hold his line. He extends with his follow through. He gets the harm from the wheelchair, just trying to block him out. And that was McShane doing his best to force him on the outside line. And from Ang, from there, to follow through and to get the swish. That's a golden moment. Now you'll really just visualize this one, Will Ang. He's just looked down, he's gone through the motion of preparation for this shot. This brings it back within 5. He's unable to do it though. It goes off the rim, and he's come up a little bit short. Inside, in the course of shooting, Latham can't take that first opportunity and convert it. So inside this last minute now, this is where it has been, in and around this half a dozen point lead. And this to extend, it's been as much as 8, it's been around 5. Canada have never led though in this match so far. It was a 21-16 scoreline after the first quarter. And Australia are just leading by the 1 point if you just look at the second quarter on its own. But they have a 6-point advantage overall, as you can see, and they elect to utilize a timeout. So you hear the comments don't all arrive at once, find the gaps, and equally getting a hand up on Gonchen, who has really been the most comfortable shooter for Canada so far. Just looking at his numbers, he's got the 8 points. He's shooting 60%. It's a better shooting percentage than what they've seen out of David Eng so far. He shoots at 30. So Gonchen, they're expecting, is going to come back off of these free throws and be the most likely shooter for Canada. But from the line, that's an important basket for Australia as Latham gets his 3rd point. Takes it to 7, and it'll be challenging to get the double-digit lead for Australia before the end of this half, but take care of these bonus points. They tally up, and they do make a difference. They just keep turning the screw against the opposition and always applying the pressure. Latham just waiting for the ball, and that's a little bit kind of like the suggestion that, yep, dinner's ready, but oh, just hold on a second. Any player wants that ball at the free throw line, and they have only given the 1 shot. So there, a change of speed, and this needs to be clarified, I think, between the officials, is the sounding from the timekeeper's bench. So what is happening? They're saying 2 shots. They allowed 1. Bialoa standing by. Ettridge equally as curious as to what's going to come out of this discussion. So 2 shots. It goes back now. And you see the official equally as curious and just sort of resigned. That's the call. Not sure how it could have changed, but nonetheless, Latham takes the shot. Oh, does he work the rim there? And now it's an 8-point spread. He gets both of them from the line. That's his 4th point of the game so far. Gonchen could come around the end here. Tristan Knowles is going to make him have to pull up on himself to the outside. And this, the long play. Gonchen again, as they knew, was most likely going to be the threat. He's going to have to be impressive. The shot clock is, though, slipping away. And this, they're going to have to work quickly, Canada. Oh, they'll find it. And a strike that just keeps them within touching distance. And it's now within 6, and that's where it has been. But it looked really as though they were running out of time. And Liam Hickey just drops in a bucket. Inside, coming over the back. And they're going to count it. The hoop and the harm. So inside to Norris. But Hickey, those were his first 2 points of the match. He's only had 2 attempts at it to get that score as he's fading away. And then equally, just waiting to see, are they going to put it on the board? So the shot. And the credit there now being awarded to Norris. He'll wait for the bonus point. Looking good so far from the free throw line. He's 3 from 3. He drops it. So 9.3 seconds. A ways to travel to get to a good shot, and the aggressive defense from Australia, that makes it difficult. Just electing to let that ball come forward because the clock only starts when they have it in their retention. Down low, Gonchen, and is there a reaching in? And are they going to count this one? Well, that rotating and coming around the corner. So we're getting late in this. It's Gonchen who draws the foul. He's going to take the shot. So we're at a point where we've exceeded the foul threshold, and they will, in fact, get the chance now to go to the line. Even though that was a quick whistle, he was just trying to come around the end. He takes the first one. Those are crucial points for both sides, just to keep the scoreboard moving forward positively. He's in good position again, and he won't get both of them. Latham with the important defensive rebound, and Australia will just retain possession. No long lunges late at the end of 20 minutes of play. And this is proving maybe a tighter matchup than possibly expected. Really just looking at the results so far, leading into it, you thought that maybe the Canadians were going to be left for dust. Australia have already made their way to the changing room for halftime. They have 15 minutes and the clock already started, and Canada just assembling themselves and gathering their thoughts, just preparing to get themselves, and they'll go as a group across when they're all ready. So gold medal world champions are Australia from 2014. They lead the gold medal Paralympic champions from 2012 in London. It's 36-28 Australia over Canada at halftime in the men's wheelchair basketball. This is Group A action in the preliminary round. And the statistics so far, the shooting a little bit better from Canada from 2-point range. It's those 3-pointers that have been really momentum building for Australia. They were in the first quarter, but they've been able to, from the free throw line, be dynamite, 11 from 12. And then the defensive rebounds as well. They've had 20 of them. The points from turnover haven't really been a story in this match as yet. So you see it's just a couple points for Australia, but it's within 8 points at halftime. And between these two nations, the way we've seen some of the incidental stuff going on off the ball, and equally some of the free throws that come from technical fouls, this is a game that's entirely still in the balance. We'll join you and enjoy the entertainment at halftime for the third quarter, coming back in a moment. Canada and Australia locked in this one in the men's wheelchair basketball. It's the Australians with the 8-point lead coming in now to the third quarter, just a moment or two away. And a little bit surprising that this is as tight as it is. Australia with 2 impressive victories in their opening matchups. They beat the Netherlands, who are also a team that is in and amongst the medal podium discussion. And the Canadians equally are too, but as I say, they didn't have a great start to this tournament, and they're probably not at their full peak in quality in this particular Paralympic cycle. But it doesn't mean that they can't raise their game to take on the almighty Australian side, the green and gold. These two nations, they know each other well in men's wheelchair basketball. And this is going to be an interesting third and fourth quarter to come. Norris has done a great job handling the ball. He gives it to Knowles. Knowles has 14 points, and Norris has 9, and he's just feathered up a beauty off of the glass. He'll take it to 11. So this has gone to double-digit lead now for Australia. That's just exactly what they want to bring to open up this third quarter. The feed from Ang. Ang has just got too many players on him. The attempt from the shot, they're inside of 10 seconds now. Going right to is Gonshin. Gonshin just can't get the control he needs. That little bit of finesse on the final moment, and it just evades him. And you see Latham just getting upended there, but just as quick getting himself upright too. And Knowles into a shooting position. He shows you just how brilliant he can be. He's gone to 16. And you have a player of his quality, and he's got a good look at the basket. He's going to have to take his shots, and that's the best way he can lead. So he's at 43%. It's not been an outstanding. Look at that tall rainbow coming from David Ang. He's a co-captain of Canada, and he now just keeps things moving, but it's within 10, and that's starting to creep away from Canada. They've got a long ways to go now. They'll take End at 12 points. Gonshin's got 9. So just the spread between the two top scorers on each side is an indication of the overall reflection in the score. 21 points being generated between the two top shooters on Canada, and for Australia, the two top shooters are generating 27. So there are 6 of the 10 points to the credit of Australia right there, holding on the line, and they've done a great job of Australia just closing down these lanes where Canada are trying to open up. David Ang was going to come firing in there. He awaits and tries to tease this defense out, open up some space for him to try to get into. But it will go to Gonshin. He takes this feed. He's going to moonwalk away from the trouble, and a pass, and they just can't work that one down. It's as slow as you'll see a ball ricochet and rebound around the rim without falling in. And Knowles just gets himself into a tight space, and he pushes Ang away. Ang offers some help there, and you saw the way Ang handled himself at the beginning of this match, going all the way down the entire bench of the Australians, shaking and acknowledging each one of them, each player that wasn't starting, and each coach of the coaching staff. A real class act and a real leader for this Canadian side. There's Gonshin. We'll try to get it in Ang. It just can't be controlled though, and Tristan Knowles gets it back. A long play up this into the capable receivership of Latham, and he will put 2 more points up. This has been good so far from Australia. They're extending their lead. It was as much as 8, it's now gone to 12. And both of the Australian players unsighted. They had their back to that pass. It goes into the lap of Gonshin. He's a no-look pass out to Ang. And he hasn't quite got the range that we've seen from that distance from the Australian number 9, Tristan Knowles, who's got 3 three-pointers in the match. The feed in, and Knowles will take the foul en route to putting in another couple points. And Canada are just getting broken up a little bit right now. Just becoming a little bit deconstructed and a little bit disassembled in how they need to really focus their defensive efforts. And you're seeing that discussion going on there. And that was brought about really by Lois said, let me deal with the referees. That was Hedges coming across, the veteran, and just querying the call. He's the 36-year-old. He's one of the co-captains of Canada. And he'll come out, Juan, Hickey, Gonchen, Vermette, and Miller. So Ang takes a breather as well. And this game's just starting to increase now for Australia. They're really just taking it by the scruff of the neck, starting to drive it forward. There is an important shot for Canada from Juan. He just keeps things moving. Peter Juan, 28-year-old, 2.5. So again, if you're just tuning in, every player has a numerical value apportioned to their level of function, and that effectively makes up their classification. And you can only have a total cumulative value of 14 on the floor at any one time, and the players will have a rating for their classification anywhere from 1 up to 4.5. So 4.5, the players with the higher level of function, often maybe more the scorers providing the offense. This is Gonchen, he's a 4.5. He's got Tristan Knowles coming back in. This is going to be out. They're going to really have to work to get this into their possession before going in. And you see that bench is not going to give any. Norris, he can break through that advertising hoarding okay, but that's going to be pretty tough on the shins going through that heavy solid oak bench that's there for the media taking photographs, and equally just taking on board some of the video for this matchup. Unfortunately, he has a little bit of padding there from one of the photographers. They have a timeout and a chance now just to reset the decks.
And we are physically dominating, all right? Really good job. About time, all right? Good job. Like that. Hey, keep being big. Facilitate. They're worried about him, all right? Run your pick and roll. We're coming to you late, all right? Great job, man. Active down that end. Hey, 2 more minutes. 40 more seconds is what we need. 40 more seconds of your best. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, roll.
So you listen to the coach, and they're talking about 40 more seconds. So they'll break the game down into eighths, really, as we've got 4 quarters, and then each of them dividing in half is Ben Edridge talking about 40 more seconds to get to that 5-minute mark of this third quarter, where they just are trying to keep Canada, if they can, off the scoreboard. Talking about their physical dominance and controlling the game into this third quarter. They have done that precisely. They're 12-4 up now in this third quarter, if you just look at it in its own work. So Canada have been sputtering coming into the second half, and you're starting to really see that reflected in the overall scoreline. Norris is the danger player. He's the most active down low. He gets the feed right there. He's under the basket. You wouldn't bet against him finding a way to get it in. He does. He doesn't use the backboard that time. He's just up over the rim for another 2. Gonchen with the spin move and a little bit of a offload there. It's almost like a handoff. Canada, that's a tough shot, and they missed the rim entirely. And down is the Aussie, just waiting for some help to get upright again. That's McShane. Really low to the floor, and that can be difficult to get yourself. It's difficult as it is, as far as just getting back up when they've fallen. under their own steam. When you're low to the floor too, just that apex to get yourself upright again. It can be tough to navigate. So the foul will lead to the inbound on the near side. Gonshin already prepping himself, just talking about his two-handed set and how he wants to get it in. But Knowles has just really controlled things. Two of them, both Knowles and Norris. .33 of the 50 points between the two of them for Australia. That's a pretty good-looking shot there. It's just in open space. Liam Hickey will take what's given to him. He's now got 4 points. He's just had the 4 shots, so he's shooting at 50%. And Juan in and amongst it as well now. Canada have just been slow starting and not been able to play their game in this third quarter. And it's been a robust effort from Australia, really executing. And again, Knowles is going to go for three-point land, and look at him. He's a superstar from range as he just continues to rein in three-point buckets. That's his 4th one of the game. And that really is significant. It's the most that we've seen in the tournament. Oh, and he comes right back to Gonshin. And almost the second one, a little more surprising than the first, because you expect that when you want to answer back that maybe it's a little bit too much to ask, but Gonshin, he's got that in his pocket. Tristan Knowles, though, he's leading from the front. He's got 23 points. And he really, with the ball in his hand again right now, is setting the tempo for this entire match. And another effort, when you're feeling it, why not go for it? It will not fall. And substitutions, both sides looking to shuffle the deck and bring in some new personnel. Ang will make his way back in as well. And you're seeing Ettridge just working away consistently, making sure that his team is focused on the task at hand. And Australia just keep working away on that scoreline. It's Norris again, 15 points. David Ang, it's in, and he answers back. And it's going to go against Ang, that foul. And the tally now going to 5, which will create the opportunity now to go with shots from the line. And Canada just starting to fade in this one. It's just been increased. It's been this third quarter that's really hurt them. They are now down by, well, they've been outscored by Australia by 9 points in this third quarter alone. The second will not go. 5 from 6 though from Latham, 83% from the free throw line. That's good going for anybody. They've just been so busy defensively, so active, and the tempo being set by the Australian coach. There's a little bit of the up and under, and that just settles in for the Canadian. And that is Yasmin. Those are his first 2 points of the match. Eng with the defensive rebound. If he could get himself just moving even stronger. He's at 14 points. He's been doing his job, but it really has been Knowles who's been able to get on runs. And the shot as goes up, I expect he's going to get 2. He was in the course of shooting. And Australia just breaking away from that congregation there now. He goes to the line, does Eng. A couple shots here, and it starts to get interesting, but you can see by Lois, he knows that this just doesn't seem to be getting closer. It's a sliding scale, and every time Canada's able to get a point or two, and Eng really will be disappointed with that one. It just keeps getting away from them again. They're not chasing shadows, they're just chasing a side that is playing a little bit better as a collective. Eng will take the second. The feed down low. And the basket as well for the Australians. The assertion, the aggression, that's what was being talked about from their coach, and just setting the tempo. That's exactly what they're doing, and they're executing to follow up as well. And a couple of air balls back and forth for both sides. And they're no different than a shot that goes off the rim and doesn't fall in, but it does affect the confidence that maybe you haven't quite got your sight set or equally the right range of feel of distance, but it's irrelevant now. It's Eng. Eng does a great job there. That's a powerful move to try and get the defense to sell on the full extension of their hands up in front of you and then come up and around, and finds a different route to be effective with a couple points there. And the tough part is it's not far away from your body before you start to tip and are likely going to be in a position just to see the Australian right there, Simmons. So you have to really leverage against that as you try to extend wide away from your chair to anticipate that you might extend yourself beyond your balance point. And that's what makes the impressive delivery equally to be crisp enough, strong enough, and precise enough to get the 2 points. But you look at Eng, he looks like he could probably throw up 300 pounds on a bench press. He's got the ball now. And from the outside, it will just kick off the rim. That's the co-captain utilizing Eng again. They're inside the last minute of this quarter. And a shot with the dying seconds from 3-point range. That might have a chance. It's going to miss. It doesn't touch the rim. And the possession is with Australia. So they're just going to allow the inbound there. That has to hit the rim in order for the reset of 14 seconds on the clock. Nonetheless, it was Australia that took the rebound. You see a few players just wrapped up in each other there. It really takes almost just an element of patience, but you really have to do your best. They actually take the wheel right off as the back wheel gets caught in the front bumper of Eng. And these players are their own mechanics as well. So you would have seen the sign there, Go Rollers, from the Australians. That's one of the club teams in Australia. Brett Stibner is playing for them. Wollongong Rollers. Some great names. The Brisbane Spinners, the Red Dust Healers, the Perth Wheelcats, the Gilseth Cobras. That all a part of the very impressive basketball culture in Australia. And as you see often with the club teams, of course, an element of association. It's a Paralympic sport and something personal to themselves, but equally just as edgy as any sporting name you might see. A good shot. It'll be up and over. And inside of the dying seconds of this third quarter, Ang is just trying to get away. He's going to have to be really impressive and quick. The co-captain, he's just brought about too much attention. They can't get that shot off, and that's just a little bit of an indication there where Canada hasn't quite got an answer to break down this Australian defense. Australia have been aggressive, they've reduced time and space, and they have earned this advantage after 3 quarters of play. They're up 14 points over Canada, 58-44 at 3-quarter time. This is the men's wheelchair basketball from Group A. And the stats almost the same in the field goal percentage shooting. The defensive rebounds, 5 more, as you see. The offensive rebounds, that's a story to tell, where they get 10 of them, Australia, as opposed to 3 for Canada, and they have been in a better position. Canada not being able to get down low under the basket as often as they really need to be effective, and that's reflected in their offensive rebound output over the 3 quarters that they have played. And Tristan Knowles, there has not been an answer for him. Ang, he's got the shooting touch equally for Canada. He's at 17 points in this one, but it is in fact Tristan Knowles at 23, and it's those 3-pointers as well. He's got 4 of them, and those they count even more than just 3 points. There's just the momentum and also the confidence that comes with having that dimension in your offense. And Australia have been showing it as often as they feel it will be successful. You look at Knowles, he is totally in charge, and you talk about physique of David Ang, he's the mirror image of it. Maybe not as tall as Ang, but you bet that he can throw the weights around in the weight room too. And that's the score, again, confirmation of it. It's going to be a road to hoe for Canada to get back and to recover this 14-point deficit. It rattles around the rim. Gonshin goes up for it, but it'll be taken down by his teammate. And Hickey with control. They'll come around the backside. They've controlled Gonshin up high outside this 3-point area. He's not taking as many looks at it, but you see the attention that he warrants. They know that he is ultimately very capable of breaking down a shot and putting it in. That goes off. If they could have ricocheted and got to that one, Canada, that would have been a live ball, but it just kicks out. Simmons in position for this inbound. Stibner's taking his time. He makes the play, and it goes back to Stibner's. Now wide across the zone. Oh, and he just puts it in as if he'd just been waiting against time to find his moment, utilizing the game clock as well. And if you can do that, maximize your possessions with the ball, and at the end of it, get a return. Well, that really is game management at its best. They've got the lead. They really are in control now, Australia. It's a couple points back. It keeps the Canadians just bubbling along. Deans, the play across. You've seen that a moment ago. Into Stibners. And he works the rim. It just bumps off the front of it. And the quick transition trying to be employed, but Australia have been dynamite at getting back and not allowing any fast break points, not allowing Canada to really get up and establish any position. By the time they have approached the halfway point of the line, they're already looking at a 5-pack of Aussies basically populating that key area and directing traffic as to where Canada can look from and where they'd like to go. Stibners! Oh my, he's got another pocket rocket, and he's just dropped a 3-ball. That's another one for Australia. 5 overall, 4 of them belonging to Knowles. That one now from Stibners, and look at him. He's up to 10 points on double digits, and 6 of them, rather 7 of them, just coming in the last few minutes. Contact on the arm, leading to the call, the foul. Etheridge, always interesting to have a listen in on these timeouts. Get an idea of just the personality, equally the intention, obviously, directly, right from the horse's mouth. Even though they know they're on camera and being listened to, they're not going to change their message. They've got to make sure that they are paying attention to the details that their teams need to execute. Stibners again. He's gone up to a dozen. Oh, what a feed right down the lane for Juan, and Peter Juan. He's just really burst across the tape. Ang to come in, and this is Bailoa suggesting we got to get you in this match because it's really getting away from us. But at 19 points from here, it's going to have to be an almighty implosion for Australia to forfeit this lead. They're too good for that. But again, this is sport. Sometimes crazy things happen. We'll see just how the Canadians can work this from here. Stibners elects to not go for a 3-pointer, although he had been successful a moment ago. Good utilization of the personnel on the floor. A better position ultimately. Down underneath the basket was that passing play. Donchin with the offload. And they won't get a chance for the shot. There will be 2 shots coming for Hickey now. The teenager. And he goes to the line. He's shooting 67% in the tournament so far. Ang. And Hickey working that one around. And that one will just deflect its way wide left of the rim. Australia just wanting to be smart here now. There's no need to rush things, no need to force it. Manage the game, and that's what we've seen from Stibners. He may have created a lane, but he'll come back. He's got open floor. He's going to utilize it. And now the shot clock is getting away. They need to work quickly. Deans is the option down low. It'll go off, and that just is pushed away from the defensive hands of the Canadians. They'll have the inbound now. And Deans hasn't been able to score yet. There was the last couple possessions. They're trying to feed it to him. He's one of a few players still. 3 players left for Australia. And rather, McShane as well. So 4 in total. That could figure in the offense today. got to be frustrating. You see almost Dang is trying to bunny hop his way along to just get away from the players, impeding his natural momentum and roll to the basket. He's got himself readjusted. He's buckled in. And a long pass. Received by the youngster Hickey. There into the lane. And again, just not quite precise enough. That was Tyler Miller, the shot for Canada. Now he's been upended. He'll do his best to get fourth right again. And equally the same from Juan. You see how he gets himself back up. A little bit of a jump hop into a square position. That's a little bit more of the core strength that comes from the majority of the men in this competition. We've seen some of the women very well capable of that, getting themselves back up, and most of them are. It's really just watching some of Argentina, Algeria, and you have to say some of the developing nations in this sport. But over 100,000 athletes play this sport worldwide. At the elite level, participation level, club level, you name it, national level as we're seeing here. A shot, and we'll off the mark that one. Good idea though, they're gonna have to really start to pull something out. Ang goes for the steal, he can't come up with it. And then Simmons has got his back to the play as that pass intended for him just goes into the bench area. That's a turnover marked against Allison. "17 points for Ang, that might be his day's work as he goes to the Canadian bench. And a foul going up. And the first shot doesn't find a way from Tyler Miller. And the same result comes twice. He's got a couple points so far. On the free throw line though, he misses those couple attempts. 20 points as you see the differential now. And it's not done for certain, but pretty much. The green and gold have got control of proceedings. And both teams are just going to want to keep smart about how they play the remainder of this match. For Canada, 0-2 coming in. And this now a third result is going to spell a tall order to try and be one of the quarterfinalists. For certain, well, there's only going to be 4 coming out of this group of 6. We'll see just how it plays itself out. Another shot from the Aussies. Sharp as a knife, the Stiffners. He's making this a difficult few minutes for Canada. He's come in, he's been outstanding, in fairness. In this fourth quarter, he's just put himself into 16 points. Now he's the second leading scorer in this entire match. He's only played just over 12 minutes in it. The 40 that's potentially, well, that is available with 3 minutes and 16 seconds remaining. And he's just shot the lights out. 75% he's operating at. He's got that 3 ball as well. And he is just taking care of business. Something serious for Australia. Gonchen just trying to separate himself from the defender, create enough space for his arms to get a good shot off. And the Canadians are off the mark once again with that attempt. And here he is. The silent shooter Stibners just quietly coming in and just racking them up on the board. There's their co-captain again, Bradley Ness. And he holds that distinction all his own, actually. You see the shared captaincies across a number of these teams. But Ness is the only one. The veteran gets that denotation, 41 years of age, and a 4.5 classified player. And the work here from Gonshin, in as much as just having to muscle through two outstretched arms in front of him, and he finds a way in which to get the reward. So this quarter for Australia, they are leading at 17-7. They just took control in the second half and really took things. It was within reach. It was a 8-point spread at halftime, and then it's just slowly increased now to where you're seeing the Australians now 23 points ahead. Bradley Ness, the offload. Stibners will go from three. Oh, he's got it. What can't he put in the basket in the second half of this game? And he's going to roll right through into 20 points soon. He's right at 19. That's impressive. It's the most threes that I've seen attempted and equally completed in this tournament, and neither the men's or the women's. It's 6 total now that have been dropped for Australia. And that's just in this match. He's going to go for it again. And this one will just be short of the mark. So the three-pointers, now they get buried in their overall cumulative stat line. They have their percentages in the tournament so far. Canada just trying to get into the key inside the last minute of this match. And they'll, just for pride's sake, want to stand one more time up against the Australians. Look at that, underneath, a little offload, and the crowd oohing over that one as Bradley Ness shows a little bit of flair. And he takes that one full distance of the court into his clutches. And then the under looper, as he just offers that one under the table. Almost like a, well, little treat, wasn't it? Trying to connect that play, couldn't quite make the most of it.
Let's go. Canada. Right on him, guys.
Controlling. Maybe one more shot for the Canadians. There are 10 seconds in the shot clock, deep and down low underneath the basket. And the follow through from Eng, but the foul has already come before the shot attempt. just goes off the rim. And a look now at a new Canadian player into the lineup. This is Lancia. He's just had over 5 minutes. Not a whole lot of action in this one, but he does have a point. He takes one of them. So Green, the only player for Canada not getting into this match. The majority of the scoring coming from David Eng, the co-captain, and then Gonshin with 15 and Eng with 17. It's 53 points in total that Canada can accumulate, but it is some distance off of the 25 more that the Australians will put on the board. And there's a second 0.5 as they just hold that ball right to the end and just squeeze the life out of any hope. But there, the buzzer sounds. And after 4 quarters, it has been a very workmanlike and impressive performance from Australia. They mean business in Rio. They mean business every time they go out. But against a long-time adversary, Canada, who are going through a transformation and a transition in this sport at the moment, will fall to the land down under, who look poised to be going deep into this tournament, do the Aussies. Canada now fall to 0-3, and the Australians now 3-0, are looking strong in this Group A. And we'll see how it just shakes out as the players shake hands equally in the sign of respect that we've seen between these nations. The final score, Australia really leading from the front right from the beginning, 78-53 over Canada. That's the full-time result in the men's wheelchair basketball in Group A in this preliminary round. That's the summary of the action we've seen. The shooting percentage for Canada, just not quite what they needed it to be, but they worked hard. It just came up against a side here that had more opportunity, generated more, and really just took it right from beginning to end. And the Australian faithful rewarded with a very impressive performance from the reigning silver medalist from London 4 years ago. They take out the Canadians. It's not done yet. The Canadians there also acknowledging this crowd with the thank you to all of the Brazilian fans and cheering them. This appreciation between the athletes and the fans, it's been a love affair. And this is only day 3 of the Paralympics from Rio. What a delight it's been to watch. Australia and Canada lock horns in the preliminary round, and it's a very impressive green and gold coming into this tournament in Rio in the men's wheelchair basketball competition. And there they sit, stretching and cooling down after a trouncing of the Canadians, 78-53 in day 3 play.
todos muito bem-vindos. É daqui a pouquinho começando Alemanha e Algeria. And the man that's going to make us rock is none other than DJ Benz. Give it up for the man giving us the music, DJ Benz.
So there you see the action ahead of us. The United States leading this group, and the match that we're going to be involved in now. It's Germany and Algeria sitting 5th and 6th in Group B in a men's wheelchair basketball competition. Only the top 4 are going to go through. You'd favor really that the Germans could be strong enough here against Algeria, and maybe a result putting them up into that top 4. But this now a chance for both sides to be introduced. Germany finishing 6th in the 2012 Paralympics when they were in London. Algeria not participating. And this is an opportunity for them to try and bounce back after a couple score lines that have left them feeling maybe second best in this competition for Algeria. But they'll be the first ones to be introduced. They take on Great Britain in their opener, and they're defeated by 62 points. It's a 93-31 victory for GB. And then also they go into the next one against the host nation, Brazil. And Brazil almost doubled them up, 82-43. So this in day 3, the third match for Algeria, representing Africa and coming through Morocco in order to get here as far as their last match in order to win the African Championships and to be here. South Africa have represented the continent in the last 2 versions of the Paralympic Games, and this will need to be a stronger performance. Their best, the most likely score, not their best necessarily, but their most likely score has been their captain, Nabil Gadoin. He's averaging 15.5 points per game. And now for Germany to be introduced. They have a number of different options. As I mentioned though, 6th place was where they finished. They have a team that may be in and possibly a chance for a medal in Rio. And everybody, of course, possibly has that opportunity, but they're realistically in that range. But their biggest score is the last player, Dirk Kohler, just introduced right there. Rather, it was Thomas Bohm, 20.5 points, and then Kohler coming in. He's a center, 4.0. He's the eldest player on this team, 48 years of age is Kohler, as he acknowledges his teammates, but some good balance of scoring through this lineup. Vienek also with Holuski, and Bohm with the 20.5 points per game. But now it's a chance for both of the national anthems to be regarded and respected before the match.
First, the anthem of Algeria.
O hino da Argélia.
And now the anthem of Germany.
O hino da Alemanha.
And now both teams invited to come forward and shake each other's hands. And we look at Germany's record so far. They haven't been victorious yet either. They take on the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they come up short by 6 points there. And then they take on the United States of America in the 77-52 points victory. So this now a chance for them to really push on. This is 5th and 6th in the group. If they get a victory here, Germany can go to 4th. Algeria, well, they have a couple defeats as mentioned already. So some good exchanges as you watch these genuine moments as they hand each other the pennants and equally the pins to themselves. There's Seltinger, the coach, Nikolai Seltinger, for Germany. He's led this side. He was the coach in 2012 in London for the Paralympics, but he's coached them to a bronze medal, most recently at the 2015 European Championships, and those in England. So just to look again across this lineup, it's number 14, most likely the guard to be doing the scoring. 20.5 points is his average so far. Haluski has got 11, and then Binek, number 8, is 12.5 points. So they've got two 4.5 players. Those are the highest level of function. And their captain is Lohmann, number 4. He's the 37-year-old for Germany. There, as I mentioned, Seltinger. He's the 44-year-old in charge of this squad. So silver at the European Championships in 2011 and the Paralympic Games the following year. It's 6th place finish. And this for Algeria is a new territory to be at the Paralympic Games. And this is the men's wheelchair basketball competition, but it is Godoin, number 9, Nabil Godoin, who's most likely to provide the lion's share of the offense for them today. And their coach, Lassine Tagmi, is going through final preparations on the Algerian bench for this matchup. Both teams prepared to do battle. This is the match 27. And it goes between two venues in Rio's Olympic Park. Is there the opening lineup? Thomas Baum, Haller, Haluski, Binek, and Lohmann to start for Germany. So there's the Rio Olympic Arena and then Karaoke 1. There's 3 karaoke arenas in the Olympic Park. Abbasi, Godoin, number 9, he's the one to watch. Hamash, and then the entire lineup there, the remaining 2 players. Lapointe is the Canadian in charge as the referee. He's in the middle. And then Radikas and Magalnis is the linesman, or the umpire rather, working the flanks of the floor. It's the Germans with that record, as I mentioned, the 6 points defeated to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and then a more sizable defeat to the Americans. Algeria, they have really yet to threaten for a result. It's just about damage control, and that really is the honesty, because the score suggests that they are 40 points out of really competing for a victory. But their victory is to be here in many ways, to come through the African continent, win that championship, and to represent. And this has been a tremendous credit to Paralympic sport already, these Paralympic Games in Rio. It's been an eye-opener for many, I think, because it was not anticipated that it was going to be as well attended as it has been. And it's been a roaring success so far. They have been coming from all over Brazil and equally all over the world to watch the world's best in Paralympic sport. In the wheelchair basketball competition, one of the most popular indeed. They'll swat it back to themselves, the Germans in white with the black trim, and then Algeria in green, just the white lettering and also the numbering. It's the first feed in, and Germany wastes no time. They do not stand on ceremony. Is Binek will score, and that's the 2 points on the board. No, it's the backside. They're trying to get it to Godoin. He's the captain, 39 years of age. So the average age of Algeria, they're a little over 35. So a veteran side. You might say more experience, but it isn't necessarily the case. More life experience for sure, but a lot of these athletes, it's a real split as to whether or not their impairment is acquired or it's innate. And some of the athletes started quite late in their formative years, into their adulthood, when they start Paralympic sport for whichever reason. And then the opportunity to compete with the best now in the world is as good as it gets. So the experience may not always be great in years and in length of time participating in the sport, but it is when you're competing in these formats at a Paralympic Games level, you really grow in a hurry as an athlete, knowing just what the best in the world do and how you have to work in order to keep up with that standard. The feed inside for the Germans, and this one won't be as favorable, the return for it. And it looked for a moment like they were going to take their first crack. Binek, who's already got the 2 points at a three-pointer, it comes back out to him. Now he's going to set up for it. He goes for it, and there that would have been allowed as the shot clock expires. He goes off the rim, but it doesn't fall into a good key area. And this for Algeria. They'll level it at 2, and there he is. Checks the fingernail. I think more the finger, to be honest. I think it was probably the contact from the defending blockers in front of him that maybe just catches himself awkwardly there. And actually, he's going to have to leave the game, it looks like. Looks like he's looking to make a substitution. He's trying to tape that up, and he's just going to, from the floor, looking for support, so he's going to have to come out of the game. And he's really stinging with it now. I'm not sure whether or not he's possibly disjointed his finger there, or rather just, we'll see, won't speculate about it, but he was stinging. But he gets the 2 points. Algeria maintained possession. And Algeria will take the lead. How about that? They haven't had much of that in this tournament, I can guarantee you. But they do in this one. Binek, who has the 2 points for Germany. The feed fading away and not enough distance on it. But the foul had come in the course of shooting. And this now, Alexander Haluski, the 29-year-old, the center, will take a couple from the line. And the second one will go right through. That cuts it down to 1. But Algeria, there he is, he's back into the game. You'll see just the tape on his finger there. Godoin, the Algerian, he's just trying to spin out. And it's on his shooting hand, the right hand. He now has it, a little bit of a shimmy. He's got a shake. He's got more moves than a bucket of worms, really. He can cut you into pieces if you want to take him on one-on-one. The play quickly up for the Germans, and that was fantastic body control. That was the 180s spinning drop of a bucket, and up and in. And Germany now with a couple different scores. Algeria will not be stopped though. They assert themselves forward again. So Haluski has scored, and Binek with the 4 points for Germany. Now inside again, and Haluski will make it 3 points. So every possession exchanging the lead, or every conversion on that possession. The feed inside, almost just over the shoulder of Godoin, but the foul already coming. And you see how busy he is. So focused in discussion. It's a very cool customer, is Zeltinger, as he looks in. Chatting with his side. It's conversational, couple hands in his pockets, and he's frustrated there from Godoin. That's wonderful to watch the exhale of emotion. You saw how frustrated he was with the stinger on his right hand, and he gets the taping and he comes out here. Back on the floor, not gone for long. He's got 6 points already. Ayashi, the other with 2 points. And he is feeling it right now. That's now 2 personal fouls against Abbasi, number 8 for Algeria. From a distance, that's gonna go off the rim. They'll just gobble that one up for a rebound. You think he's going to go for it? He will. It is just off the rim, and looking to pick up the rebound. Rather, he's just going to let it go, isn't he? Because it was last touched by Germany, and a better position in which to just make the inbound is what he suggests. So just 2 minutes and 25 played so far from Godoin. He sat out there for a few minutes, obviously, with the just getting that hand sorted out. The referee comes over and says, listen, we're not going to stand on ceremony for you. If you need to sort yourself out, that needs to be on your own time in the bench. But he's taken a foul here now. And he has the hand up, making it easy, and then offering the instructions to his teammates. He just comes across in that lane. And you see the back wheels coming up from the German player, and that can be sometimes a barometer of whether or not they've come in too aggressively as they make contact. But it was the sliding coming across at an angle from Godoin that really looked as though he was interfering with that right of way that had been established by Germany attacking down the lane. So the lead still retained by Algeria. And the feed internally in good position, and they don't take advantage of what was a perfect feed in. This around the world from Haluski. The wrap around the back just to feel the leather and the dimples on the ball. What a touch sport this is, really. And if you can, particularly, you see them when they're in their set position to shoot, and they're dealing with all of the irritation of a defender in front of them. They really have to just maintain concentration and follow through with the right touch in order to get, particularly from the angles they're shooting from. They're lower, the release points coming from the wheelchair position, and it has to be a much more precise shot in order for it to get the opening required in order to fall down through the basket. And Germany again take an inside position. They will assert themselves back in the lead. And Haluski now with 5, Binek with 4. They're the 2 scorers for Germany. And equally just a couple scorers for Algeria as well. They'll just spray into the German bench. And this one quite measured and sensible from both teams as yet. That long distance effort, a good idea, but it won't go. That was a 3-pointer from Godoin. And the pass just being forced out. This is an internal, more threatening position, and there again, you're starting to see a consistent execution from Haluski. He's got 7 now. And a third assist goes to Haller. And that goes against Algeria. The suggestion of a foul, an offensive foul. And rather, no, it is Germany that take the foul. So Haluski getting assessed with the foul there. That's his first. And it will be an inbound for Algeria now coming up. Good hands, active, getting up and taking it away. And that was Baum. Just being smart enough and quick enough, really. It's anticipation as much as it is really being smart in that one. Quick hands. And you heard that tire just blow. And that's the first time I've seen that in this tournament. That just gets stripped right off of the rim. And Haluski, he's gonna need some work. So they have those front wheels that'll keep him upright. So it's not as if he's only reliant upon that one, but he's tilted down a little bit. Lohman does his work. He was gonna take it across for him, but you see the puncture of the wheel and it just shreds off of the rim. Haluski's asking, well, what brought that on, do you think, ref? But now he's got another wheel out there. You see the outside, that's protecting the internal, the inflation of the tire. That is obviously the big wheel that you see, but they have that rim externally that takes the brunt of the force and the incidental contact that comes in and amongst a wheelchair basketball matchup. And then there, another kiss of the glass. They will find a score that keeps this match just back and forth between each other. Ayashi with the 4th point for himself. They've gone to double digits now, Algeria. But they haven't got an answer right now for Haluski. He's got a real height advantage. He sits higher in his chair, and then he's got that reach too. And Algeria just need to have a better think potentially about how they want to approach defensively. As you can have a great day as best you want offensively, but it ultimately is going to come down to how well you defend and how many more opportunities you can present yourself offensively without conceding. And Germany, they are working the scoreboard now as they've taken a 5-point lead. Baum this time will just take it from range. Is there a foul? There is contact on the arm before the shot. Well, the shot was in process, and it definitely affected its route towards the basket. So this will be now a chance to go to the line. Strong work from there. It's up and on the board, so Algeria with a couple from the line. 2 from 2. And they go about their business quickly. In a position again, Germany, and the hoop and the harm. The foul as it drops in. And they have just been steady and deliberate in their approach, very purposeful. Don't waste a whole lot of time. If they've got a position in which to get to the basket, they'll take it. And equally, if they're in a good enough position to take a shot, well, then they'll equally oblige to. There's their captain inside the last minute of this opening quarter. And that was a searching pass that cannot be connected at the other end with the receipt of it from an Algerian. And that's marked effectively as a turnover officially against Godoy. It was ambitious. That's what he is. He really is a leader by example, plays with a real thirst for the game and a thirst for possession. He wants that ball, and he has it most of the time when Algeria has it in their possession. It'll just ricochet away. The timing, almost a difficult break against the Algerians not to have found better of it. And there's a three-pointer. How about from distance? Baum is showing just what he's got in his locker. He pulls that one out of his pocket, then he drops a long distance shot. He's got 8 points in this, and he's looking across the stat line ahead of this game. He suggested that Baum was going to be a threat offensively. He hasn't shown that. Well, rather he has. It was, there you're seeing a 20.5. So he and Kohler, the two just side by side in this stat sheet, but it is a great outside game for Baum being demonstrated. That is the coach. Seen a lot of him as yet. That is Lassine Tagmi. And turned over. Germany, just the busier, more resilient it looks, as they just a little bit more industrious as a collective five-man unit. And they just keep this pressure on Baum, who was down, but he's not out. He's going to go the line. So he's got 8 points now, 3 scores, Binek, Haluski, and Baum, and it was Baum that was the latest really to get going. It was just really Binek and Haluski first of all, and then he's really just stepped forward. He's 1 from 2 now from the line. He'll look to drop this one. And he goes to 67% on the day so far from the charity stripe. Algeria are gonna have to work quick. They're gonna give it to their most reliable shooter. Godoy on the run, and he scores. That really is outstanding. And he's in full flow. He's got to be going as quick as you've seen a player in this competition and propelling himself up the floor. And he finishes to the delight of his own team. But at quarter time, Germany have the lead by 8 points. They're 22 to Algeria's 14. Shooting percentage favors Germany, but still pretty decent from Algeria. It's not as if they are totally second fiddle in this one. They just, of course, need to improve it and tweak it ever so slightly, but Germany have managed some of those 50-50 areas of the match so far and have been a little bit more efficient with the opportunities that they've been presented with. They've used their personnel and made sure to let the ball also do the work and just getting into good position and finishing their shots as well when they come. underway in this second quarter. Yashi with control. So Algeria still from left to right in green. And a three-point shot. Hasn't quite got the distance on it. Internally, again, they've been just a little more assertive with that. They've had the option of Haluski, as most of the offense comes from Godoin for Algeria, and he brings the ball up, so he's never really in waiting for it. So he's got to set the table and equally then provide the shot making when he gets there too, and just the reliance of a good, strong presence down low underneath the basket, and particularly a tall player, as you're seeing from Haluski with the long reach. That is a tremendous advantage for Germany. So 10 points for their captain so far. The one attempt from range, you can't help but be drawn to him. He just has that type of energy and presence on the floor, but he needs some more help to really realistically compete for this one. And that is a wonderful arcing shot that has gone up and over and dropped in, and you see the splash of the netting as it just snaps back up as the ball goes through. It's just well, it's poetry, isn't it, really? It's just one of those real beautiful moments in sport, and particularly this one, when a player has just been picture perfect. Haluski, oh, he's been perfect from the field, and then 75% from the line. That's good numbers. You're not going to dispute that, and that's what I'm saying. He's just so reliable and so much of a presence, as Godoin is attracting 3 players from Germany. And pick your poison as to which one is going to get assessed with the foul. And Godoin getting frustrated. He's getting wrapped up. And this, where do you go to come out of that? And they're suggesting that Godoin really was the player that moved into the defensive hands of the Germans, and that is a tough call. And he needs a wheel. That's the universal sign for I need a wheel. Wasn't a heart, that was the full circumference of a circle, and Binek just patiently awaiting. Now you see he's come disaligned. Just needs to get into a, well, he's waiting. He's lost his alignment, there's no doubt of that. They're gonna pull out the right wheel. Those are the all winter or all season radials that he's gonna put on right now. That'll do him for the winter months as he's back and ready. It'll see him in good stead here equally on the floor for the remainder of this one. Saying that, we've seen a couple of the tires, and that's the first I've seen in the tournament so far. Binek, he feels good about his tire. He's going to come out, but hasn't quite got the pump in it he needs to from range. 3 points. Haluski picks it up. Well, he is just lethal from under the basket. He makes the feed. He's circling around high, and it will work out for Algeria. They'll win back possession here now. It is Baum, who just keeps coming. Thomas Baum, a 3.0, 25 years of age for Germany, and he now is joint top scorer with Haluski, number 12. The two of them are running the gauntlet right now. And they've doubled up the scoreline over Algeria. And Godoin realistically has only been the prime threat. This from 3-point range. And it will just squirt out and not get a chance to really threaten from there. Oh, what a one-touch play from Haluski. That is gorgeous. He just sets it on to his teammate coming in. That's Andre Binek, and you can see that they've done that a time or two before. And that's what you get with that tall, high tower position of Haluski. He can get back defensively. He's controlling Godoin, who is trying to get that position down low by the basket. And if all of you've got is an outside position all the time, it's rather hopeful. And this is Haluski, picks up the rebound. Now he's just offloaded it, and he's going to go to a low position to be an option, and this one will work around, and it will go down. And Baum is not afraid to shoot when given half a chance, and he'll go to the line as well as the foul came on the play. Lohman now into the game. He is the captain. And he returns. He's just under 9 minutes of duty so far. This is Baum. And he really is just a pure shooter as he drops it again, this time from the free throw line. And he actually is the number 2 to Godoin, who is taking a breather right now for Algeria. And there, some new scoring. That one will come from Bentrat, as he gets his first 2 points. That's his first attempt equally as well at it, the 38-year-old. He's a 3.5 classified player, and then just as quick. Germany are clinical, so precise. And the shot coming in, that's their number 11, Pasavan, who gets his first 2 points. Pasavan is one of the older players as well on the side. He's 39, he's a 4.5, and he averages 5 points so far. Baum, though, is leading the way with the 14 that he's been able to attain already. And you see very wiry construction, long arms, but just very smooth in his shooting. Pasavan with the offload, and there is the money man. It's bankable as Haluski will drop another 2-point bucket. And the two players just getting caught up. Bentrat, he's suggesting, yeah, he's okay, he's all good. And now another new player coming in. And this is Huber, who will get his first action. A few more players still to get their first touch of the ball, or of the floor really, in game time. There's 4 more still on that German bench that haven't been utilized as yet. And that was Bentrat with the opportunity. That's the touch and go. The decoy, trying to sell the defense on the hitch move there, Haluski. And the feed in, that was excellent. It couldn't be completed though, but just the handoff. It was a bounce pass picked up in such tight quarters. This into all manner, and you can appreciate going into those areas where it's a free ball, it's loose. If you want to reach for it, and another wheelchair is coming as well, you could see just how quickly players could get injured. Extending your hand, breaking your fingers. A wheelchair comes up against you at good speed. It's like 2 trains on a one-way track going in opposite directions. Something's got to give. So they give up possession again to Algeria. And you're seeing now the scoreline for Germany ever increasing. And it just edges off the front of the rim. And it just softly worked its way there as well. Oh my goodness. And that was actually the imbalance coming from the Algerian. And it just was ripped out of his hands though by Pasavan. And that was Kazuri who had the ball, but only for a moment. And just watch the way he just comes in. This is almost like a vulture would come in and just rip it like an eagle, coming down and swiping its prey and taking the ball as well with him. Said, I'll have that. And now the Germans again at the free throw line. One from the stripe this time was the technical, and then they will get the opportunity to inbound as well now. Look at them again, Germany. And there is the long-range bomber that you just saw. And that's Pasavan with a three-pointer. He's got 5 now. And you saw him just rip the ball away a moment ago. He's just... he is quite a player, very formidable. Just come in here and he means all business. Wherever the ball is, just give it to him is what he's saying. I want it. And here he's got it again. And the attempt from Germany trying to get the Algerian back upright, and he is there now, ready to roll. And you see those moments, there's very little appreciation in as much, and that isn't really to say that they aren't grateful, it's just they want to get back to duty, they want to get back to their work. And equally they know they're reliant upon sometimes a little bit of assistance, and whoever is the nearest man that is able to be there, they offer it. It's the code that they all play by. They understand what each go through, and if they don't go through that same situation at the moment because they've been able to work their way through it, they probably have at one time or another. And look at that shot again. And Baum, he just really is unstoppable. He puts it up. He's got 6 from 10. That's his 16th point, but those type of shots, that's exhibition stuff. And he's hit it again. Another point. And a little bit of a roll out on that one. You might see that in the gymnastic arena. Just trying to get back, and there was really no time wasted getting upright again for the Algerian. That this is a score line that's just slipping away with each possession. As Germany have not been wasteful. And Baum, if you give him another look, he almost is understated there. As again, on the inside, you're seeing a new look now, Kohler coming in. And he's a big man. And he'll take the benefit of that shot, or that pass rather, in, and he finishes it off with 2 points on the board, but he's just another one. And he's 48 years of age. Let's say 48 years young, and then he just knocks it down. So he comes out for his first touch, drops that as a three-point play. It makes it look like he does that in his sleep, and of course he has done that time and time previously. But to come in cold and to get his first touch on it and to assert himself so well, that really is It's fabulous. As every player needs the touch and the rhythm of the timing to get into the game, equally to warm up. He's got it again. He's down low. Boom. It's on the board. He is just as clinical as Haluski is. The way he's been able to take these moments so far and his shots as they come. This is a good offload. Coming into a lane, they're going to have to compete for it. That goes up a little too hard off of the glass. And then working back upright. That was the fallen player, Dirk Kohler, who went down in a heap, and then he's right back up, dusted himself off. And a three-pointer comes from the outside. This time, though, for Baum, it's not going to fall. Bentrap. And some ball handling. A little bit of distribution without Godoin on the floor right now for Algeria. And it's a little bit better distribution, in fairness. And that's maybe a little bit of the dilemma sometimes for Godoin, because he's so capable and wants to set the pace for his team. Maybe the utilization of all of the personnel can sometimes be overlooked, and this is better ball movement right now from Algeria. They'll go to the line. Ayashi with the opportunity right now. And they drop it for a 17-point Algeria. The good work continues from Germany. They're already at a half century, and they're not showing any sign of slowing up the intensity. Look at that. That is the full endo, and that was the foot that actually was providing the delayed fall. As Pasavan puts it up, this one will not go in, but the foul comes in the course of him shooting. That just edges the front of the rim. And he'll take a second. Germany, again, just talking their tactics and strategy the whole time. A talking team is a confident team, and they're definitely that. Pasavan, he's going to go and hustle this one back. Can he keep it? That's a couple times that he's done the up and over. Literally into a face plant position, but you see the power he has to get himself just jolted back upright. It's the bunny hop into an erect position. He would just whack it away from that long distance effort from Algeria. As disruptive and as effective as you would want a player at both ends of the floor. On your own side. Yashi. Where will the shot and when will it come? He thinks he's got a better look at it from the off the glass there. That one will not go down. And they pop it out once again quickly. The passing play, that's a real sell. What a fake and deke that was, the offload. And that's right into the chops of his teammate. I'm not sure he did the no look, except his teammate also went for it, and he wasn't looking for it as it came with a little bit of heat on it. From a distance, he actually looked as though he had the mark. So Binek, a real capable player there a moment ago, just wasn't able to take that beat, but they got a new scorer now, Magenheim. And he will put up his first 2 points. Liachi, will he take the shot? The offload, and some good team play here. That one will just, though, roll over the back of the rim. And where it's a fix, and then Ayashi getting caught up. And that's a hard fault. you could see that not only the concern of maybe cutting your elbow, but you could dislocate your elbow with no problem in a play like this, trying to break your fall. And equally, you have to almost just, in that sense, probably just allow the brunt of your momentum onto your back rather than on trying to find the floor. At any point, you dislocate your elbow just as quick as you're falling to the ground there. Those are really awkward moments, and just that type of incidental contact can be very dangerous. But it's part of the sport, it's part of the risk that the athletes take, and you accept it as part of what goes on out there on the court. This is Binek from the free throw line. The final 4 seconds awaiting to be ticked off in the opening half between these two sides. It really has been impressive from Germany. They can't make either of those shots count. That goes off the back, they will make that count. And that really is just how opportunistic Germany are. The intention for Algeria was to make the outward pass and to break and to keep it away in the safety of their own possession. But so ready and willing are Germany. They gobble up that loose ball and put it up and convert it into points on the scoreboard. They have been immense in this opening half of play, as both sides just get themselves with their belongings and they prepare themselves to go for 15 minutes break at halftime. But it's Germany really impressive in that second quarter. Most notably, you can see 32-3, but they lead 54-17 at halftime. Game statistics, 74% from 2-point range. That's as good as you'll see, and maybe it'll drop off a little bit as this match plays out, but they really have been excellent. All of the shooting that has come from Germany so far, 17 points from the turnovers. That's also another point to illustrate how they've been able to take advantage, and the last shot and the conversion there was a demonstration entirely of that. They are opportunists, and they need no second invitation in which to put the points on the board. The fans inside the Rio Olympic Arena, they'll enjoy the halftime entertainment. There's all sorts of that at these Paralympic Games. It's been an indication of where Germany see themselves in this tournament in the opening 20 minutes of play. Germany taking care of business in the opening 20, and they look as though they're poised to maybe go on and have maybe one of the highest scoring totals in a match so far in the men's wheelchair basketball tournament. This is day 3. Not every team, of course, has played 3 games. They share this venue equally with the women's tournament as they do Karaoke 1. That's the other arena in which they play. That's had capacity crowds today, about 12,000. This one, through the different sessions throughout, have had healthy crowds as well, probably north of 7,000 or so. So it has been outstanding, this tournament so far. It's in white, ready to resume play. Germany, they were really machine-like. 22-14 was their score in the opening quarter, and then 32-3 in the second quarter. Really throwing this thing into overdrive, and that's where they rest ahead of this third quarter now is coming up. So underway, it's the Germans now in white, going from left to right. And they just decide not to go from long range, and it really is. It's just so consistent, so precise, and right on cue. This one will just get away. They recover it though well, Algeria, and needing to just hold the position. Such was the angle of the play. That's Godoin going up, but it won't fall. Check that one off the rim. So Godoin out there, number 9 for Algeria again, the captain. And that one well worked around the rim, high up off the glass by Ashi. He enjoys that one. Good smile. He probably recognizes that was a little bit more by luck than design. But you see the use of the full height of the backboard, and that's really simply because of where they're releasing the ball from. They're not releasing it from the same high point that basketball players might. So from a lower position, you really need to. By the time it strikes the back glass of the backboard, it needs to have already reached its peak and now coming down in order to have a chance to get into the cylinder. Some good shooting. Germany really a well-oiled machine. And the long passing, spreading out this defense. They're happy to shoot from 3. Look at that arc. And I don't see anybody else shoot it as well as that so far in a tournament as far as using the full arc that is available to them. And it takes power though, it takes range. And you often as well probably need the use of space to really get yourself set and to launch as long a shot as just was taken a moment ago. But on the backside, this is Baum. Baum will just cut against the grain, and then he just takes an easy score here. Just pulls it in underneath and up and into the basket. 21 points now for Baum, the leading scorer for Germany, and in another rebound taken down by Haller. So this now is just becoming a little bit. And look at Baum. Are they going to count it? They will from 3. said, I have not seen a player shoot as well as this particular performance from Baum. He's at 24. And he's making it look very easy. And if you've not been watching, or even if you have, you'll know it's not. And it's a score, though, for Bedoin. And he's got 12 points. Just the 3 scores for Algeria. They'll take the rebound. This is Bedoin now with it again. So they've tripled the score, Germany, over Algeria. And both of these teams, they'll be quite glad just to play this game. If they want to trade shots, it suits Germany just fine, but again, you're going to see a 3-pointer, and that looked as though it was on the mark. So a little quiet passage in this one. Algeria, as we look back over their scores in the competition so far, they've been able to get and muster up 74 points prior to this one, but it's the conceding of 175. And there's a good looking arc there, as the shot from Ayashi will fall. The assist to Godoy. Those two just bookending. Germany happy enough to shoot it from range, and equally so are Algeria to let them shoot from there. They know that they're probably going to be less productive from the outside, so they'll give it to them, as they can't be any more effective than they've been so far. So the overall shooting percentage, it's 29%, the field goals for Algeria, which is okay. It's just that they're going up against a team right now that's shooting the lights out at 72% from 2-point range. And then the field goal percentages overall, it's 60 between the 3-point attempts as well. So gonna go to the line, and this is Haluski. Substitutions, and here we're seeing Moeller for the first time. He comes into the matchup, so that's his first minutes of the game. Passivan coming in, Haller and Baum still in the matchup. So the distribution of floor time now being spread right across the entirety of this German lineup. There's a pass between Ayashi and Godoin, and there they will score another couple. Seem to be enjoying themselves. They found a little bit more free flow. Have Algeria. Now their team really having to compete as hard against the shots that they want to take, because for the majority they're coming from the outside. That one will just work itself down for another couple. And 2 more for their captain, as he gets himself. That's a pretty aggressive fault. He'll take himself to 14 total points, and then this is Baum doing his own work, his own mechanic. He acknowledges to the referee, don't you worry about me, I got this covered. As he takes the wheels right off, and that's the fall after he tries to defend the play, but the good follow through from Algeria to complete it. Pass to Passivan. I'm surprised a little bit he doesn't shoot, but he's such a smart player. He finds a way to make something happen. just really intentional about how he plays. Everything with a purpose and a direct result behind it. Doesn't really stand on ceremony or try to make additional passes. It's just all business. Is Pasavan. He with the shaved head for Germany on the far side of the key. Number 11, but now working on the near side. Godoin again. Oh, and he's got the beautiful silky touch from range. That will go in and find another couple. They've left some room in the back. They don't need a whole lot of room for this man, Baum, to come in and exploit. They'll get a foul on the play. And Generation with a moment of frustration, maybe. There's nothing they really can seem to do against Baum. He'll hurt you from inside and out. But this was in the motion of shooting that he was fouled. This one won't fall, though. Yashi, has he got an option? He's going to shoot it himself, and nobody there to rebound. That's really an element of Algeria's game that really doesn't exist, is the focus on trying to get the offensive rebounds or being in those positions, because they only really have the two threats offensively between Godoin and Ayashi. It's either one or the other, and if they're not in a position internally, which they seldom are, then they haven't got a presence to recover any of the rebounds that are available. But this one will go down for Yashi, so they take what they're given, and if they can score, they'll take it. If they can't, they concede that they've got to come back and play defense. There really hasn't been many second chance opportunities. Moeller with his look, and he's got the headband and also the spectacles on. The substitutions, both teams bringing new personnel out onto the floor. And Godoin just does well to brace himself before he falls. And Dremuller will now take duty as well for Germany. He's had over 4 minutes, hasn't got any points as yet. And there is their captain. Pasavan, he's got a lane to the basket, and the foul coming. Would have really bet on him to have converted that one there, and he's feeling it. That smack of the hands just tells you so. He thought that should have been a three-point play, that he should have tidied up his own good work, and then equally taken this one a good go from the free throw line. There it is. There's the first one. Algeria with some substitutions. And now Godoin, Hamashi, Megadem, Abad, and Ayashi will be the lineup, the 5 on the floor for the green, with a little bit of white. Ayashi from the backside. This one, he just kind of fading, lost his line maybe. Pasavan. He throws on the brakes, and he's got the anti-locks for sure. A very sensitive bit of control. And if you were were to compare this German side to a car, the Germans well known for their engineering. Whatever your preference is, whether it's a Mercedes or a BMW, Volkswagen making good vehicles these days as well. They are that. They're well engineered, they're well constructed, they're solid right from top to bottom. And they've got a little bit of styling about them as well that suggests they are a team that's for real in this men's wheelchair basketball. Really, they've just got quality components. Every single player just seems to be on the same page, understands their responsibilities, and then Baum here now. He's the steering wheel without doubt. He can also be the gas pedal too. When he needs to drop it down and really take control, he's got it. This one will work both the glass and the rim, but it will not go, and that's the end of 30 minutes of play. And you see the double digits, 77 and 33 for Algeria. A 44-point spread after 3 quarters of play. And that's the three-quarter time result right now. Germany 77, Algeria 33. Some good shooting, pretty free-flowing match. However, it is a dominating display again from Germany. And the shooting percentage has been the most notable. The defensive rebound's good, so remember the 22 points, well, from the turnovers are also very indicating. Germany have not won in this tournament yet, so there I give them great credit about how they really can have a chance to compete. They're 5th in this group. Algeria are 6th, but just the way they play, they look like a side, and maybe the Algerians flattering them a little bit with how much they're displaying, but they really just look as though they have so many good aspects to their construction that they could go deep if they're able to battle for one of those remaining places in the top 4 to get to the quarterfinal. Baum is as good a shooter as there is in the tournament, as he just keeps challing them up for Germany. Officially 29 points right now after 3 quarters of work. Algeria, Yashi in a position for a score, and they're just padding their own individual stats now. Passivan now, just awaiting, and both teams almost giving themselves license to just send in these shots and just see what they have really in their shooting sights. Godoin, and he goes right off the glass. That is tough. He's got to get that so tight, low, so it doesn't then bounce off the rim. That angle, you'll only know it if you're shooting from that height, that you have to find it in order to make sure it's a successful shot, and equally that it's going to go down. And speaking of going down, that is Moeller. He's back upright though. Pretty heavy man, big man, isn't he? He needs a little bit of support to get back upright. Passivan. Great quality this side. And it's yet to be told. You know, a result or two doesn't always indicate just where things can tally in the final analysis of a tournament. So this Germany will go 1-2 with this result. 1 victory, 2 losses. And I know I count very early, but we've seen enough in this tournament to know the 42-point spread at this point. That's pretty much bankable. Passivan. He'll go high up off the board. And Godoin, again, ever searching and surging, probably more. Oh, that looked to be a beauty. That was going to be the layup, except he just couldn't quite get the drop of it. This is great ball handling and a little bit of exhibition stuff. You want to see that go in, don't you? Just to reward the effort and the intention. The long play up and right into the lap of Ayashi. Oh, they're going to count it too. That's gorgeous. It really is. Take that right into his own basket and then drop it in the one that's 10 feet above. The around the world pass. And this one just can't quite get up over the equator and into the basket, but the Ayashi shot does. That was the 60-footer. As they threw it the length of the floor, he just grabs it almost nonchalantly, takes it low just off of his right side, and then turns to drop it in the bucket. Does he have one from the free throw line? Not this time. And they'll be calling out a set play there. Binek with the instructions as to where he's going to go with it. And he's got it back now. Strong, quick two-handed pass down to Passivan. It's back to Binek. He'll shoot it from there. What a great arc, and that is as close to being a basket as you're going to see. That ball movement's outrageous. It really is excellent. They know exactly where they want to go. That's the impressive part, is the speed of thinking and executing. That's why you get encouraged about Germany's prospects, but is that because they have more room and time and space? As each team, the dynamic of a game, of course, changes depending on your opposition. Forget about the quality. You end up having to match up differently, but this game has just lost a little bit of that real competition for shooting space and time and space in the offensive zone. They're relinquishing those outside shots and allowing the teams, both sides, the chance to shoot them. Godoin will take this now. He'll feed it in, and off they'll go again, Algeria. Ayashi almost to get it. The German player going right out and into the bench area. He'll get himself back up right. Passivan will tally another 2. That's Binek. And he was doing all the scoring at the beginning, but you're seeing him kind of hold together this German side, doing that good work to keep the ball in play, making the service pass, and just setting the tempo for how this team is going to finish this match.
Matze geht auf die Baseline mit Basti. Basti oben. Basti nur mit dem Matze unterhält. Matze definitiv Baseline zu. Okay? Trade. Spielst die Mitte. Okay? Nico und Dirk dann auf der Seite. Okay? So in Kontakt. Wir haben Slicer. Okay? Okay, ja. Ja, spiel über die 2. Ja, ihr beide Pick and Roll. Okay? Die beiden Schulden. Die beiden los. Genau.
Strong pass in, pass event, diving forward, and he finishes it strong. A delight to watch, really. And I'm running out of maybe compliments to offer, but that's just a world-class, sensational finish there. To take that in full flow. He's got 17 points now, which you are about to crash down. You don't know if you're going to have your fall broken by the two Algerians' wheelchairs. You don't get a chance to really grab onto those because you're focusing on your follow through up for that basket. Just wonderful finish and athleticism. Binek with the offload. He's providing the tempo, as I say, the standard by which they are going to run the remainder of this match out. They want to play at the best pace that they can. At 86 points, you expect that they're going to go through the 100 barrier, particularly as they're still playing with the intensity that they are. But it's 9-6 right now, Germany, in this fourth quarter, as the score overall, as you see it right up there by the graphic. But it's the offload pass event. It's just going to control, decide whether or not he's going to make that passing play. Then he does. Tries to just outweight the Algerian defense, and then the turnabout from Magenheim. And he puts up now his 6th point of the match. He's 3 from 3. So he, who hasn't taken a lot of shots, well, doesn't get any better than that. He's been right on point. And two Germans trying to box out Godoin. You see just how well versed they are. These over-lob passing plays between one another. And we've seen this now 3 times, except, however, the shot clock was the obstacle in between them, that hurdle that they couldn't quite navigate. And Godoin may have been better served to have offered that towards the basket. Comes across, so it help his team. And the acknowledgement there, they're a little bit more of a grateful extension from the Algerian. Thanking for the help, the little hand up. That's what he needed at the time. The pass, Germany, this time, it just kicks out at him. That's going to be a tough one. Just filling in that lane particularly. You'll see that surging style of Godoin, and he loves to just keep the pace rolling. Likes to surge forward. He likes to play the game at that speed. However, it's the swiping obstacles across in front of him, the Germans. No foul on the play. Good defensive rebound from Magenheim. He's in a position for a score. And he gets it. Now he's up to 8. So just a couple of players not yet scored. Rather, it's 4 across the entire lineup for Germany. Just looking down the column here now. It's actually go right through it. Still 5. The captain, Lohman, has not been able to get on the board. Heimback, Huber, and Moeller. They've all had time, though, contributing in this match. At 90 points, that is one of those most difficult things, to get every player offensively involved. Of course, you can get them some game time, but they ultimately have to execute their shots. But you'll see, particularly the more prominent shooters, the 4.5s, 3.5s, are going to take the lion's share of the looks, and they get caught into certain patterns, don't they, as to who is going to get the shot attempt. And a change for Algeria coming in. Cheresha on the floor. Godoin still there. Hamashi, Abad, and then Ayashi is out there. Magenheim, the shooter, and he's had the last couple baskets for Germany, and he's sets ready for one right there. This much better passing from Algeria. Let the ball do the work sometimes. All of this reliance upon the two shooters. Let the ball do the work. You're probably going to open up a third option offensively, and that's where really things start to hit the wall for the Africans. And it's going to go off of Germany last, it looks like. The one referee asserting that is going to come across for some clarity to say, I thought it actually just went off the hands of Germany. So it will be Germany in front of Algeria's bench to take this inbound. Oh, that really is gifted skill from Pasavan. So going through the German output so far across this match, Pasavan with 20, Haluski with 20, Baum with 29, Binek with 8, and Magenheim now with 8. They are the providers of the majority of the offense for Germany today. And it's just the two players. It's just Bedrat with 2 points, and then it's Godoin, the captain. And then Ayashi with 17, and Godoin has 20. With this shot here, he'll have 21, and he does. So that really is a big part of the construction of Algeria. They just don't have the depth of an option. A third option would really give them, because between Ayashi and Godoin, they are right in the hunt, but develop another player if they can't. These are moments of inspiration. Anybody that's getting a chance to look at Paralympic sport for the first time, or equally if they've seen it before, what a stage this is, the Paralympic Games, to perform at. And anybody who thought that Brazil may not, in fact, come out in great numbers to support Paralympic sport, well, things have changed on that front. There have been thousands upon thousands coming into this Paralympic Park. It's officially named the Olympic Park, Parc Olympique. But for the Paralympic Games, it's their show, as run by the International Paralympic Committee. And it will go up off the rim, this one. So that's Godoin. You see him falling and grimacing in pain there, but he seems all right. He's back in the line again. So this is the first time that the Paralympic movement has come to South America for these Paralympic Games. That'll just wrap around and come out, and a calculated risk, the decision maybe to come to a new frontier. It is proving to have been really a stroke of genius. And I was overwhelmed to learn that so many Brazilians with an impairment, 40 million is the projected numbers that have an impairment, whether that be physical or maybe mental, and of a nation of just over 200 million people. That's quite a percentage. As you're seeing Ventrac coming back into action here. So particularly, this is a watershed moment for this South American country to shine the light through the lens of this Paralympic Games on how things socially and life in general is for people with impairment. And through sports, there no doubt will be waves of further understanding and equally seeing just how well received and appreciated the athletes are and the spirit in which this competition is being played. It's illuminating, and no doubt the attention being drawn to it is nothing but a good thing for equality and inclusion. That'll go up again for Germany. You see the impressive frames at Magenheim there. And the muscular development on the majority of these athletes, of course, it goes without saying, they're using their arms. Look at this from Pasavan. He is downright greedy, isn't he? Take that ball from anybody. And it was a real prone moment. I don't think the Algerian even knew that he was around, but he's so stealthy, lurking in amongst the weeds here. And you can't miss him. He's just surging and forcing the issue the whole time. And then you forget about him for a moment, and he just whips around the end, does the drive-through, and takes the ball with him. Inside the last minute of this one, they're going to have to really work, Germany, if they want to break the century mark. A three-pointer would have to be on the offer from here. I'm not sure they're bothered, though. It's going to be Binek to pass it across the Pasavan. Who would not bet against him for another two, and there he does. That's the fadeaway across the lane, going east-west. And a little kiss at the end of it as it splashes through the nylon mesh. There he is, Ayashi. It'll just go off the front of the rim. Bentrat, he gets almost a little bit of a mugging there from Pasavan as he just swipes that ball away from him. And he was in the process of shooting, so he'll go to the line. He had pulled down that rebound, so he's got a couple points. He'd love another one here. And that one will just fall short. And it's twice. They're going to have to work quick here, Germany. Maybe a three-pointer. That's probably all they're going to have time for. They're going to hold it, though, and keep in possession. And it's the moment of calm at the end that is what has really been. Suggest a tornado. It hasn't been. It's just been a tidal wave of relentless offensive approach from Germany. Very meticulous, very exacting, and fundamentally sound. As they cut right through Algeria's hopes of potentially a victory in their third match. It's the first victory equally for Germany, so not to suggest they've been having it all their own way either. So they get themselves into, for the moment, fourth position in this group. And they worked hard for it. And they utilized the full depth of their quality and dimension. German fans enjoying it, of course. And that's the full-time result. After 40 minutes, it's Germany 97, Algeria 41. This is in Group B in the men's wheelchair basketball tournament. This is the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. The stats from top to bottom, they stayed in that 60% shooting range. That's the combination of 59 up there between their 3 points and equally 2-point attempts. And the defensive rebounds, very impressive. Points from turnovers, they were on it. You name it, 12 steals. And look at that, that was something. We saw that a few times. They were brutal. The Germans, as far as there was no mercy given to Algeria. If they had a chance to grab it from them, right from in their own grasp, they just did. They played it in a relentless way, in a fair way equally as well. Germany took until day 3 in this men's wheelchair basketball competition to get their first victory. They had difficult matches against the Islamic Republic of Iran and equally against the Americans. But in day 3 against the Africans from Algeria, they were immense. It's a 97-41 victory for the Europeans.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.